Dang, it looks like my touch portal broke again. It's not showing the proper uptime anymore. Maybe if I close the app and reopen it. I mean, I can see in OBS, we've been sitting here on the waiting screen for about 9 minutes coming up. But it would be nice if Touch Portal would tell me that. Because once I launch a game, I usually can't see what OBS is saying. Yeah, it's still not. Maybe I'm gonna risk crashing OBS here. Hang on a minute. I'm going to close Touch Portal on my tablet, and I'm gonna close it. Well, this has a restart button. What if I do that? You gonna crash? Okay, that's open. Now I open this. Ah, did that work? No, the uptime is still frozen. It updated to the correct time, but nothing else. Well, it still shows like current viewers and stuff. It's just the uptime that's broken. Anyway, hi folks. Hello. I'm gonna stream more Sage games. And I feel like, I don't know, it's kind of a packed moment right now. Maybe this is a bad idea. Maybe it's not. I don't know. It's the time I was allotted. Actually, I'm feeling pretty good today. Kind of just having one of those moments where I realize I'm not doing as bad as I could be. Slowly, inch by inch, I am gaining a foothold, let's say. I'd like it to be faster, but it's still happening regardless, and you gotta be proud of that, right? It is what it is. And at least some forward momentum is better than none at all. I can absolutely respect that. And, you know, by virtue of that alone, I'm feeling pretty jazzed. So what? Last stream we did about 6 games, I think? Games, Stage 2023. So last time we did Isekai Mario, Sonic Horizons, Sonic Test Labs, Adventure Kitty Drill Buster, Beep Bap the Beep Boop, which I absolutely fell in love with that game, and Burger Abyss. And we've got so many more games to check out. Like, I think I said this before, I downloaded like almost 70 fan games and like 40 indie games. Well, not 40. It's like 25, but still, that's you know, closing in on 100 games right there. That's like 85. I don't know. That's napkin math. I'm not good at math. You can correct me. I won't care. And that's just games I downloaded like into this folder. There's also games on Steam, I should point out. There was a demo for Lake's new game, Extreme Formula. And there may or may not have been a new Fetch the Ferret demo. I've just had that demo installed for, you know, forever. I don't know if it was necessarily part of Sage this year. Maybe it was. So I suppose we'll bring the music down. What song even is this? Oh, this is a Flicky Engine song by Michael Staple. So I guess what we'll play today... Oh, and like up top, I said this last time, but it actually behaved very well. There is a chance that OBS could crash, because OBS seems very touchy lately about opening new windows. So every time I launch a game, I feel like we're kind of flipping a coin on whether or not OBS will crash. If it crashes, just, you know, wait 10, 20, 30 seconds. If I don't come back automatically, refresh the page and see what happens. It'll be a problem for me to stitch all this together into a VOD to post to my Game Dump channel or whatever. But I'm just saying, there's a chance it's going to happen. So we'll start with a game that I actually forgot about last stream that I wanted to play. I want to try this Extreme Formula demo from Lake. So we're going to open with that. Give me a second to set this up because I need to hook in the audio so that you guys can hear the video game. Tell me if you can see gameplay. It should be telling me with the Blue Falcon here. That's not really the Blue Falcon, but it's giving me a control overview. Tell me if you can see it. Yep, see it. Good stuff. Controller. The faster you go, the more you regenerate boost. So it's got like overboost mechanics, sort of like, what is it, Crash Team Racing? Wow, look at this cool menu. Guess we'll do a tournament. There's a lot in this demo. We'll do normal mode. Why not? Actually, let's read out the names here. Shell with White Kestrel, Dr. Shu with Blue Aron, Wolfman with Crosswinds, Digigirl with Pink Punisher, Uncle Clark with Long Haul. Okay, he's kind of cool. Green Vespa with Forgery, The Survivor with Never Centauri. I really like the look at that guy, and that's it. So he's our heavy. She's kind of average, sort of like Shell is, but maybe a little specialized. Uncle Clark is a little heavy. Same, honestly. We'll go with Forgery. Because I like that she's average, but just a little tweaked. I generally do well with characters like that. Whoa. Okay, a little stuttery. Maybe I should have turned some things down. This definitely looks a little better than, say, Spark the Electric Jester 3. This looks like... It has more advanced graphical effects, is what I'm trying to say. Let's turn the setting down just a touch. Do medium, how about? Yeah, that's better. No more stuttering, really. Well, a little bit, but... What was our boost button? I wasn't paying attention. That's our boost button. Square on my PlayStation controller. It might just be that section of track that's a little stuttery. Because it was doing it again there. Like, I'm mostly getting 60. Just my poor old computer. Oh, you don't get to pass me. Yeah, no, it's just this one section that gets like weirdly stuttery. I appreciate that you can like tap the boost button to get like a short boost, or you can hold it down to get like a slightly longer boost. That's pretty cool. I will also say that, like, I really appreciate that this is more F-Zero than Wipeout, because I feel like there have been a lot of Wipeout clones, and not a lot of F-Zero clones. I'm not a big fan of Wipeout. Wipeout's never felt like that fast to me. Whoa. Like, it's fast enough, I guess. But it's not like as fast as F-Zero is. And F-Zero just like controls better to me. Wipeout is more like the Super Nintendo F-Zeros, where it's very like slippery and slidey. You know, you're supposed to be this hovercraft, so they kind of, you know, simulate this sense of drift. But, you know, you start talking about like F-Zero X, F-Zero GX, GP Legend on the Game Boy Advance. Those have like very precise controls. You know, GX is almost stiff in a way, but it's stiff in a way that you want, because you're going so fast. And this feels more like GX than anything else. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe you always get the same length of boost, regardless of tap or hold. Yeah, I think I'm crazy. Whoa. Whoa. Apologies, I can't really see chat very well right now. This is one of those games where I gotta give, like, full attention at all times. I barely even have time to glance up and look at my boost meter. Because I did right there, and I slammed into a wall. Am I lapping people? I must be. Oh, get over there. Shame they're apparently having so much trouble with this track. Overboost. It took me the entire duration of that race to understand what you meant by the Doritos reference. I haven't thought about Doritos Crash Course in many years. Anyway, so far I'm like very much loving the hell out of this game. Like, to me, this feels like a game that was almost made for me. Though I am now wondering why I can't boost. Is it because we're like in this weird gravity segment? Like, I can't hear my engine anymore either. I assume we're like, yeah, we're in space. And I guess like our boost engine runs on oxygen, so that makes sense, I guess. Yeah, now I can boost. Got one little segment to spend boost meter. Okay. So it begs the question why we have, you know, boost panels in space if I can't use the boost. But apparently the boost can still be triggered. Love this music too. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Get a handle on it, come on. Touchy in a good way. Was that it? I think we had 4 races for a cup, right? Needs like a cheeky announcer. But maybe that's like 2 F-Zero, right? To have somebody say 3, 2, 1. Like, the only other F-Zero clone I can think of is like Fast Racing Neo, and they had a guy say 3, 2, 1. So maybe you want to be different. Though I will also say, like, I bought an F-Zero clone on Steam called Super Pilot, and I forgot to actually like play it. So it's just like still sitting on my account untouched. It looked really cool. It's one of those indie games I've been following for like many years. Like, it has like a track editor and Steam Workshop support. I think Steam Workshop support. I know it has a track editor. That was like one of the first things they were showing off about that game, I feel. It's like, hey, look, we have F-Zero X's track editor from the 64DD game that never came to America. Also, let me say that, like, I'm having a pretty easy time with this game, I would say. And actually, I appreciate that. F-Zero GX is an incredibly difficult game in a way that can be frustrating sometimes. And there was definitely a worry when I went up from easy mode to normal mode, like, is this game gonna kick my ass? And so far, not at all. But there was also like 4 difficulty options above normal. So if you really want to get that F-Zero GX experience of being like completely taken to task, I'm sure that's in here. Fast Racing Neo was really hard too. Like, I would even argue that Fast Racing Neo was harder than F-Zero GX. And obviously when they ported that game to the Switch, Fast RMX was a little easier. But still, not a game you can really sleep on in terms of attention span. Really? Another track? You spoil me. Another space track. Oh yeah, I suppose there is like temperature and everything up there. Huh. Saw somebody in the chat mention atmospheric pressure. That's kind of cool that it keeps track of that. And like it seems to be like dynamic. The engine heats up as you boost and so on. There's a part of me that wants to find out what happens when I run out of oxygen. Do I just automatically lose the race? Probably, right? But being what? This is the 6th track on a tournament? This could be our final race. I don't want to, like, throw that away. Whoa, ah, woo. Hang on, look out. Low bridge. I feel like I'm accelerating. I am accelerating. This is like that track and distance where you just go faster and faster. Well, let's slow down a little bit. But I can tell I am going very quickly. I don't think there's laps here, right? I'm just approaching whatever this data center is. Oh. Oh, don't bump into the walls. I was approaching 3,000. I suppose if, like, there's no oxygen to boost with, then there would be no oxygen for air friction, right? So as long as you had the appropriate amount of thrust, you would just accelerate into infinity, wouldn't you? To a point. Kind of a cool idea. Oh! Oh, was it just a one-on-one race? No, I was just that far out ahead. Congratulations. Neat. I kind of want to just keep playing this. But I feel like we need to move on. It's not letting me pick Earth. Maybe it's not done yet. I just want to keep playing more. This one is only 4, though. We could probably get away with it. And then if you want, you just play Venus Cup on your own. Let's dial it up while we're at it. Blue Aron. He's kind of like her, but she's got like... I like her turning. I'm big in racing games on being able to steer. He's got good acceleration too. That's always a good thing. Yeah, we'll go with Wolfman. Oh, he's so excited. Alright, game, kick my butt. Whoa. Oh, I don't have any oxygen. Well, I guess there's like your answer. I had 0 oxygen and I didn't die. So now I'm also wondering, like, can I run out of fuel? I can definitely sustain hull damage, that's for sure.
Even greater glory awaits you ahead.
Didn't you just subscribe last week?
King of _bunnies just resubscribed for 26 months. Oh, this looks like fast RMX.
Thank you for the sub, King of Bunnies. King of _bunnies, rather. I should also probably be marking these games individually. That's a lot of work. I'm just gonna stay in the demos category.
King of _bunnies said, I think because I show up infrequently, sometimes my subs like overlap in the same month. Sorry.
Well, I think it said last time you had 24 months and now you're at 26? I'm not complaining. It's just wild. Alright, we need to get like a lot more aggressive with boosting if I'm gonna start catching up to these people.
King of _bunnies said, I need a new F-Zero so bad. Nintendo, please, I'm dying.
There was a rumor that they were gonna do a GX remaster. And considering they're like putting out F-Zero 99, maybe they're trying to like regenerate interest in the F-Zero brand. I do worry, though. I was talking earlier about how hard F-Zero GX is. I feel like if Nintendo's gonna do their own F-Zero, it might not be as hard as the one that Sega made, you know? And it might not be as fast. But hey, we've got this, right? Whoa! Hey! 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 How? Who? Hey! Hi! Hello there! Spicy!
King of _bunnies said, I need the Nintendo X Sega collab for a new F-Zero game. I love that difficulty.
Uh-oh.
Inject it into my veins.
Well, but that's the problem, right? Is F-Zero GX was made by Toshiro Nagoshi, the man who invented Monkey Ball. He quit Sega last year. He was like one of the last few like super old guard people still at Sega. Like, if you look up information on Nagoshi, like there are articles calling him like the last loyal employee at Sega. And he was, you know, finally lured away last year by, who was it? It was like NetWiz or something? Some Korean mobile game developer, sort of like, who does Genshin? Tencent? He might have even been lured away by Tencent, as far as I remember. But he doesn't work at Sega anymore. And like, the really depressing thing is right before he quit, he was actually like saying like, you know, hey, Sega, let me make a Sonic game. Hey, Sega, let's do another F-Zero game with Nintendo. And like, I guess he probably got completely sandbagged because he's not working there anymore. It literally sounded like the guy was begging to be let to work on anything other than Yakuza and Virtua Fighter, I guess. And Sega probably told him, nope. Like, there was even a point where he was kind of being positioned as, like, the new president of Sega. Like, they were sort of putting him out there as, like, the face of the whole entire company. And for them to lose him like that, that really had to be like a major blow for them. He was like their guy. Like the current Sega logo they use with the eyeball and the weird sound. Like Nagoshi
King of
invented that.
Said, I need to download this. What is it?
Oh, what is it called? Extreme Formula, I believe. It's on Steam. By Lake Feppard, the guy who made Spark the Electric Jester. Like that weird Sega tone with the eyeball, like that video, if I remember right, it was like originally titled something like The Sound of Fun, where he was supposedly like conducting an experiment based on like eye tracking or something to get like a series of tones. Like it was some weird like sciencey sort of like bullshit thing that didn't really make any sense, where he was trying to like just define what fun sounded like, and it was this weird sort of like crackly electronic sound that was really annoying to listen to. You almost can't find the video anymore. I think you need to look it up on like archive.org because Sega deleted it, probably because it was dumb, but it was a really weird thing that somehow resulted in the weird Sega eyeball thing we have today. Every now and then I still think about that video. Like, what a weird thing it was. Like, there used to be like an article on IGN about it, and I think that article's gone now too. Because again, like I said, it was all part of like this The Sound of Fun study or something. That I remember anyway, I don't know. My memory can also be notoriously poor about this kind of stuff. Maybe I'm like just misremembering, or who knows. One of those things where maybe I'm not like super clear on all the details, but that's what I remember. Boost. To think this isn't even like the hardest difficulty in this game. I think there was still 2 more difficult modes above this one, and I'm kind of really struggling here. Like, in a good way. I'm having fun. I'm surprised how many, like, space segments there are where you don't get to boost anymore. I don't even know what race I'm on. I was so busy focusing on Sega history. I think this might be our final race. I think this is the 4th one. And then we'll switch games. Play something Sonic-y next, maybe. Maybe Sonic Battle R, which I skipped last time. Whoa. Look out. Whoa, where am I? I would like an O2 recharging strip, please. Why are there, like, rain particles in this tube? I mean, I could see if it's misty. I mean, it is pretty foggy. It checks out, but...
King of _bunnies said, I know you haven't played them, but do you have any thoughts on Insomniac's Spider-Man games? The hype for 2 has me going.
I mean, they seem cool. I want to play the original Spider-Man someday, but I don't know. It's sort of like, with Spider-Man 2 specifically, I get the same kind of feeling I did with, like, the second God of War game, where there's, like, this feeling where I kind of... I'm not connecting with it super well, and in a way that I don't entirely understand for myself. I guess it's because I have no plans to get a PS5, so, like, there's a part of my brain that is just trying to keep its distance so that I don't get too let down. Which is, like, kind of a bummer, I guess. Maybe I'll end up with a PS5. I mean, I really want Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I am nothing if not, like, a total Final Fantasy VII mark. But I'll play Spider-Man 1 someday. I think it looks cool. I think it looks like probably what you could consider the best Spider-Man ever made. Now, I haven't played every Spider-Man game ever made, but I have played and completed Spider-Man 2, which I would say was the previous best Spider-Man game ever made. And Spider-Man 2 for the Xbox has not aged as well as I think some people realize. The swinging is still fun, but the rest of the game is rough. And the new Spider-Man games from Insomniac look like they have much better combat systems, a lot better production value, and they are not just like Activision giving someone the bare minimum budget for a licensed game, let's say. Because I would say the Activision Spider-Man 2 was maybe good by accident to some degree. I mean, obviously, you know, Neversoft comes from a legacy of very good Spider-Man games, or at least one very good Spider-Man game on the PS1. And that first Spider-Man movie game they did was also pretty alright. But again, expectations for licensed games back then were different. And I think Insomniac Spider-Man games are a cut above.
Said, I'm gonna put some dirt in your eye.
Ho ho ho!
King of _bunnies said, Treyarch did the movie games, not Neversoft.
Oh, my mistake. That's weird. RB to quit the game. So just to double check that I got the game's name right, that was Extreme Formula. You can find it on the Steam store. I think there's also just a zip file you can download. So let's try Sonic Battle R, which, as I remember, is supposed to be like sort of a sequel to Sonic R. It's a bunch of levels ported from other Sonic games into like a Unity engine. And I don't remember it playing super well the last time I played it, but I think the last time I played it was like 2 or 3 years ago. So it would be pretty cool if it was a lot better now. And I have a feeling it probably will be. Alt-Tab. Add this to gameplay audio capture in OBS. And that was our first crash of the evening. Did it actually add the executable? It did not. Let's try that again. Okay. Yep, all this looks fine. We'll switch off the waiting room. Did my OBS uptime unfreeze? It did, so that's good. Start. And yeah, like, to what King Willie said before OBS crashed, maybe I should, like, type in the chat about this. Hang on. Where's my chat? There, we'll just put that in the chat. But going back to what King Willie said before OBS crashed, yeah, they're just basically the Batman Arkham games, but with Spider-Man. And like, you know, they're kind of similar characters. It's just that works. And I think combat systems have been kind of a issue with Spider-Man games. Like, that is definitely, like, combat is the worst part of Activision's Spider-Man 2. So, you know, just borrowing whatever from Arkham, you know, that works for me. I'm not going to complain. So we're not going to spend... Whoa. Okay, but why is this saying he's green when the color wheel is on blue? That's kind of weird. Let's give you sunglasses. Man, look at all these customization options. I think the last time I played this, I gave him a Waluigi hat, so I'm not going to do that. Can I give him, like, a jacket? No. Just, like, stripes. Can I give him different gloves? I cannot. I can just change his glove color. Yeah, I don't feel like this selector is working pretty well, let's say. Like, the saturation here isn't doing anything. Like, this should be full saturation, and nothing's happening. Oh, is that hue? Okay, I can see how that works. Oh, is that why Sonic's like he was all messed up? It's because the hue wheel was all goofy? No? See, it's working fine here. We'll give him yellow cups. I'm like, what does this do? This is what? Head, base color. Yeah, no, this is just, it's messed up. Right? Well, now it's not doing anything. Okay, now it seems correct, actually.
King of _bunnies said, the rider's sunglasses that he kept on his head the whole game and not over his eyes.
We'll do a solid black chow. And a green Chaos Emerald, I guess. I don't know, this is weird. Save? What? Oh, I can turn the gloss up and down. Which doesn't seem to be doing anything. Yeah, that's weird. I don't really want to join a public server. Maybe I will for the sake of the stream, right? Do I need to, like, put in an IP address? I bet I do. Or log in and register. Do I have to? Yeah, I need, like, a password. Fine, let's switch to the waiting room. I'll register an account. Register. Oh. Can't use tab. Register. Is that it? That's it. Join game? What does that do? That doesn't do anything. You enter a player name. Join? Yeah, I don't think that matters. And I'm not about to host a server or anything like that. Oh, what? Click the buttons to copy SBR code? What does that even mean? Maybe I can't play this. Because, like, this is grayed out. Host a public server? Max players. 10? I need a player. I already set a player name, my guy. It's right here. Enter. Maybe that's... okay. Well, there you go. No rooms available. Oh! Yeah, sure. Let's join this guy's server. I don't know. This is weird. menus could use a little work, let's say. Use slash boats to disable them? Disable what? Whoa. Okay. What? How do? There we go, it's that button. Okay, sure. Jump! Why do I have a lock-on reticle for that man? Ah! Big banana?
King of underscore bunnies said, "This game looks jank AF."
Oh yeah, it looked janky before, even. It has not changed in that regard, but... I don't know. This is kind of interesting. I can get down with this. You know, I'm Sonic the Hedgehog, shooting a Bowser shell, as you do. That turtle shell was on its side. That's a mess. Sonic Wind. I think I'm in last place. Blue shell, eat it. I heard a Phantasy Star Online message pop up just now. I get the feeling these people have very clearly played a lot of this game. Yes, thank you. Hi. Assist me. Oh, that's... okay. I have to use the mouse. Thanks, so where are we? Yes, we're in Station Square, I can tell. Man. What? Oh, do I get, like, ring abilities like in Sonic Adventure 2? Ah! Okay, I thought there was going to be a mechanic like that. On ramps. Bum 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 ba bum. Dude, I don't know. I kind of dig this. Like, I never played the online mode last time. Like, as janky as this might be, like... Like, the jank almost makes it better, in a sense. You know, you gotta figure that, like, there's some kid out there For who, this is like probably like the greatest game in the world. Oh, look at all those red shells. Mario Kart that you get to play as Sonic the Hedgehog? Like, come on. Like, actual Sonic the Hedgehog. Not like Sonic in a car. Ah! I want to know what that Marvel vs. Capcom Level 2 call-out was. Will I get through the tutorial this time? Hi, Dreamcast. Alright, I need to use my mouse. Whatever, get on with it. In Station Square, many secrets to be found, so on and so forth. Chat. Yeah. I wasn't playing, my brother was. Some things never change. Final Fortress, huh? Thank you, Omo Chow. Hang time! Oh, that grinding feels really janky. No, thank you, boys. Oh, this camera is way too close. Okay, that's better. Do I have a bounce attack? I don't think I do. I do have a homing attack, though. Honestly, this was more fun when it was Mario Kart tracks. Now that this is actually a Sonic, what? That was very loud, whatever that was. Homing attack is not very generous, I gotta say.
Are you ready?
What? Did I do that? Oh. Yeah, they are leaving me in the smoke. What is that loud sound? Am I supposed to do tricks during that? Because it keeps popping up hang time.
Alright, let's go!
I guess so.
Whoa!
I pushed the Y button and something happened. I'm all the way back here? chaos shift? I just screwed myself. At least it just put me back on the rail. Uh-oh. Well, at the very least, I'm thankful it did not seem like there was a spectator mode for people who are lagging behind, so I can feel like pretty safe that nobody's watching me fail this over and over, except for the 7 people on my Twitch stream right now. But like the people in the server don't get to deal with my failure. Blue laser fire! Yellow laser fire! 1, 2, 3, 4! There's the end! I can make it! 1 second to spare! Weird. Yeah, yep, uh-huh, we've already been through this, lady. You don't. Hopefully this lobby music doesn't get me claimed. Because this actually feels like it could be copyright. Oh, cool. I love a horror. Can I, like, dive faster? I can't. Weird. I don't think I ever played this level in Shadow. Whoa, what did I do? What did I do? Okay. Yes. There we go. I don't think I ever played this level in Shadow the Hedgehog.
Snipers.
What? I had a thought all of a sudden, like, was that a sound alert? But I don't have a sound alert for that.
No!
Dude, what?
This could be fun!
Dude, what is this game? I just have a Halo sniper rifle. Like I said, there's like some kid out there who's like, dude, this is the greatest game ever made. I know this guy, and he made like my dream Sonic game. Got like online multiplayer and sniper rifles, and like you can race on a Rainbow Road. Oh, my sniper rifle's gone. Is that backwards? I think that's backwards. This...
Snipers.
Yeah, I got the sniper rifle back, I guess. It is very funny to me that it is the Halo announcer that says snipers. And that this is like very specifically the Halo sniper rifle. Where do I go? That's backwards again. What a weird, weird, weird thing. It's like these platforms just take me back up. Okay. No. It's like, what do I do in this room? Because I came from this way. Like, the lock-on mechanic is super weird, too. And the enemies respawn. There's no door over here. What does this do? That's a rocket launcher? What?
Are you ready?
Yeah, blah, 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 blah. Here's Segata Sanshiro. No lady running the newspaper booth. So what do we got? Radical Highway, Speed Highway, City Escape, Grand Metropolis, Power Plant, Hang Castle, Metal Harbor, Special Stage. What do you want?
Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen. Or made it the hard way. Made the front line take the hard. You have a sugar and a good one. Coming out for no point. Get your bets down, ladies and gentlemen. He's a rolling point of 9. Place 9. Place
Resort
9.
Island, Regal Ruin, Reactor Factory. Oh, it looks like the server is shutting down. After this one, whatever this one is. But that'll be a good place to call it for this weird game.
Now, race about to begin.
Cool. Alright. Nope, 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 nope. Other way, other way. Thank you. Ooh. I'm still kind of into this. Like, I don't know, man. Maybe I'm the kid that's like, wow, this is like the greatest Sonic game ever made. Uh-oh. Like, it could use a lot of polish, yes. A lot of polish. But also, kinda cool. Just mashing on the button here. Mash, mash, mash. I should have known that was going to happen. Again, I really thought that was like a sound alert kind of thing. Maybe do I have that as a sound alert? I don't think I do. I think it's just a random Shadow the Hedgehog quote played.
Melco Driggs tipped $5. Kind of a goofy thing to put in a donation chat, but is it me or does the level up announcer give Rouge the bat vibes?
Oh, I could barely hear that. I'm gonna get out of this game. Oh boy. How do I get out? Okay. Flip over to here. Exit video game. Exit video game. Whoa, menus are all screwed up. Hang on a second. Okay, I also briefly checked out what Beats goggles look like. They look like crap. Okay, what did that say? It's not actually telling me. Thanks, Twitch. Where's my Twitch dashboard? It's over here. Yeah, no, like, I think you used a super chat, maybe? I don't know. But it's not even showing up on the activity feed. And it should. Thanks, Twitch. But also, thank you, Melco, for the donation. I at least heard that. I think it was $5. What do we play next? Because that was wild. Here, just to make sure, I'll put that in the streamed folder so I don't forget. Let's try the Knights fan game, or one of the two that was in here. Moonlight Dreams, how about? Don't crash OBS. It's telling me to use a keyboard, which is a little troubling. Knights is not something you usually play with a keyboard. Do we have full screen? Did I crash it? Alt-Enter. Whoa! Not officially licensed from Sega. Non-profit freeware. Should not be sold. Look out for flashing lights. Look out for calendar-activated events. Doesn't collect user data. There's a EULA. So on and so forth. Like, I like the vibe of this specifically. I saw this during the Sage trailer and I thought, wow. Controller at all. Any controller. No controller. Controller. No, this is just what I saw before you guys got to see it. Yeah, that basically just restarts the game. So, Knights on a keyboard. Not super jazzed about that. Feels a little weird. Like, to the degree that, like, Knights feels a little weird anyway, I think, to some people. But this feels, like, extra weird. But you know, I appreciate the effort. Love the way it looks. Great use of like color and like pre-rendered sprites in a way that looks really good. Not really sure why things seem to like respawn so easily. I feel like this is like a Kid Leroy remix, right? What? I mean, I know what that was. That was the score doubler thingy. So this is just a little weird to me. Like, the rate at which everything respawns and there's like a weird weight to your flying that feels kind of strange. Like, Nights was a pretty floaty game in general. Oh, jeez. Okay, hang on. Let's get rid of you. Delete message. Go away. Thank you. Goodbye. Too late. Even Knights agrees. Huh? Oh, I wasn't paying attention to the clock. Like, I'm not like crazy, right? Zoom Fondle? That's like... That's the melody from that Kid Leroy song we heard in Fortnite. That is like my only context for that person's music. Was that dumb creative map we played. No, I know how to play Knights, thank you. Definitely like a point of inspiration at the least. Like I was trying to say before the spam bot came in, Nights feels a little floaty in general anyway, but this feels like extra weird and floaty. Like you, like, here. I will fly diagonally. And look how long it takes me to level out. It took that long. In fact, I hit the bottom of the screen because I am now just holding... Like, to explain what I'm doing, I will fly diagonally for a little bit, and then I will try and just hold left or right. And look how long it takes me to, like, level out. Like, that's just from tapping it. Which is, it doesn't get the controls quite right. Its heart is in the right place. But it's a little hard to get my head around. Like I said, how quickly, like, everything respawns. Like, you want me to play Knights? I will play Knights on this stream. I am very good at Knights. And this just feels completely bizarre to me. And, like, the capture here needing so many chips. In the Saturn version, you need 20. This feels like you need 40 or 80. Which I guess makes sense because they respawn so easily, but... I'm gonna run out of time again. Like, the play area doesn't loop, I guess? I can only hear that Kid Leroy song. You need me to stay, or whatever. I can't even remember the lyrics. I just remember the melody. That song where he sings about being a bad boyfriend. And he's apologizing to his girlfriend about being a jerk. But he's like, oh, you knew it. You know, this is just who I am. I'm just... I cheat on women. That you bought the package, lady. Like, that's the entire song. Yeah, just an industry plant. A nepotism baby. But I don't even think... Well, no, isn't it like his mom or his dad, like a recording executive? So he is like a nepotism baby. Kid Leroy fans do not interact. DNI. I don't want to hear your defense of your weird Australian pretty boy. Just because he makes you feel so bad. Okay, it looks like I have enough. Let's speed over here. Deposit. I don't even know how I would get a better rank, to be honest. I mean, I do, in the sense that, like, you know, the whole thing about knights is kind of running the clock out on purpose, doing tricks and things like that. Which maybe I'd be a little more comfortable with if I had, like, proper analog controls. But this is not a game I want to play on a keyboard. I don't know, maybe I'm starting to get it. Okay, 50 seems to be the limit. Follow the arrow. Deposit to idea capture. That's not the capture, what is it? It's the palace, right? F rank? I feel like I did better that time. But you don't get very much boost meter either. Oh, this is just weird. And that's the limit. So I deposited what, like 36, 37? Getting like weird frame rate problems all of a sudden. See, what I should be doing is running out the clock, get more points, because that's what you do in this game. Also, I just want to see if there's like a boss fight in this and what that looks like. I really should get my Knights video out someday. That script has only been sitting unfinished in my Google Docs for like 7 years. But I feel like I should rewrite that at some point. Not like the entire thing, but I feel like recent developments, maybe with Yuji Naka, require a little bit of something. And also, there's an effort lately to patch up the PC port of Nights into Dreams to improve like some of the broken features and things like that. And I feel like I should probably mention that in my video, because part of that video goes into what a crusty port that PC version really is. I feel like I could probably say a few more things related to that as well. About just like, I don't know, the Knights fandom in general. Because I don't really touch on the fandom, and I feel like the fandom is what's really keeping Knights in... I almost said Nights into Dreams, like the full game name. That's weird. But I feel like the fandom is what is keeping Knights alive these days. Well, that's the thing, right? Like, the Knights fandom is kind of making do, let's say, by sort of making the character their own. There is or was a very popular fan comic that is kind of Knights adjacent. And that, I mean, I haven't checked in a long time, but that used to be a pretty big deal in the community, was that comic. I'm blanking on the name of it right now. So that was Knight's Moonlight Dreams. Like I said, the dude's heart is in the right place, but the controls need a little work. Also, that song is like totally Kid Leroy. So we've done 2 fan games in a row. Let's go back to indie games. Oh, I never downloaded the thing for Susan Taxpayer. What did we tried the Steam game, so it doesn't go into the folder. Let's try Prototype N, how about? Prototype N is by a friend of mine, Arietti. She's very nice. Do we get full screen on this? Full screen? Full screen, full screen. Options, full screen. Prototype N is a Mega Man-like that plays very well, I would say. I love the sprites in this game. Everything is like so beautifully colorful. Oh, there's auto fire now? I don't think that was there in the previous build. Gosh, I'm like, listen to the music. I really hope this game does well for her. Because I just love the way it looks and sounds. Oh, I can control it. Like if I push up, it goes up. If I push down, it goes down. never played Rollo to the Rescue. I only know of it by proxy from the stream. I almost said the Stream Pals. I don't think they've been called that in forever. Or like the Retro Pals. That's what they're called now. But they used to be called like the Adventure Pals or like the Stream Pals back in the day. They have a Rollo emote. And that's my only context for Rollo to the Rescue. Isn't Rollo like an elephant? It's one of those Chimerica games, right? What I appreciate, and I guess maybe this is the point, maybe that's why we have Autofire now, it is kind of starting to distance itself from just being a Mega Man game, right? It used to be a lot more like Mega Man. Now it's got like a weapon system, sort of like, I don't know, Gunstar Heroes, I guess? But it also has like these cool like stage interactions. Just a cool shooter. Like that cool tutorial moment there. Teaching you that wood blocks burn. What are you? Cluster Bomb? I think I remember you from the last demo being pretty good. Another tutorial moment. Pretty good. What is that? That is that guy. We'll say it is a little confusing that I'm picking up colored gems, but that guy is holding something shaped like a gem that explodes. I feel like that should be a little more bomb-shaped to me. I did not expect to pick that up just by touching it. I figured I'd have to shoot at it or something. It's probably like a couple more levels. Because if I remember right, like, these demos get pretty long. And I know I spent like an hour on some demos last stream, but I do kind of want to crank through these games a little more quickly. And I feel like this could just be an hour of me going, yeah, this game is super cool, because it is, right? Yeah, we'll stay with Cluster Bomb. It's also like a game I've played before. I don't necessarily need to like belabor the point that, hey, I already did like a really good job with this game. And I am excited for the final release. I don't remember if it had a thing where it was like, hey, you get a special score bonus for killing everything. But maybe it did. Oh, I lose all my pickups. Okay. Harsh, but fair. getting hungry. I had a pretty light lunch. Just like a cup of ramen. Ramen's the sort of food that doesn't really stick with me very long. Aha, you can't get me. Anything like down here? No. Well, it looks like there would be something maybe here on the corner. But that might just be the way the rock pattern goes. I appreciate that with this grenade launcher weapon, you can actually aim it up and down. I don't know why that guy took so many shots to die, though. Do I get weapon energy for this? I do. Smart. Oh, that's smart too. It doesn't just, like, get lost in the pit. I should, like, start doing something about that instead of just letting it shoot me. Big weapon energy. Like, just really good, solid controls, too. Ball, what does ball do? Oh, this is the fire, the flamethrower. Yes, burn the bees. Secret goal? I feel like that was not the intended goal. Okay, there was no, like, enemy kill bonus or anything. But maybe there should be. Not available in this demo. Does this just give me all the levels to try? It looks like it does. Or maybe not. Maybe I misread the crossroads in the map. Let's go to the shop. Weapon. Twin lasers, huh? My question now is where? Like, where's my inventory? I don't think we've touched on that. How do I access mine inventory? It's nice that this is just on a button. You can do it by pushing down and jump, or you can just push the B button. Maybe the inventory is only on the map screen, like it was Super Mario Bros. 3. Up. Fire underwater. Spikes do not instantly kill you. Thankful for that. Not getting that though. Here, how about we... No. Hey. Anything over here? No. Whoa, you're scary looking. Weapon energy. Heh. Oh. Right. Oh, I see. Clever. Puzzles, eh? Ooh. Part of me feels bad because I feel like some of this was probably in the demo last year. I can tell the levels are brand new. But like weapon-wise, I feel like I've probably seen some of this before. How do we get in there? Oh, I need like a rock, don't I? So I would have like knocked the rock down from up there and brought it in here? I must have. But then it would fall in the water. Mystery. Unless, aha! Illusion wall. Video games. Hang on. I do kind of wish that those springs were like a set bounce height. Having to bounce on them more than once. I don't know. Like I'm over here trying to keep up my flow. My Dracula flow. How could that man see me? I was below him. Okay, what's the point of coming up here? Nothing? Goal! Now, is that the end of the demo? Might be the end of our time with the demo. Unless there's like a boss or something. I guess we're fighting the boss. That missed? A little easy. Like almost a little too easy. Is that it? Or oh, we have more. Well, we're not gonna play more of this right now. I'll play more on my own time. 'Cause this is just a good game and I'm not like talking a whole lot during it. Because I'm just having fun. That was Prototype N. Oh, what do we play next? How about Bun N Gun? Is Bun N Gun gonna launch? Is it loading? It's loading. This is by someone else I know. Sharb. Pretty cool person. They are also helping work on Sonic Worlds Next for Godot. And I believe this is also made in Godot or Godot or whatever. Whoa, look at what the loading was really doing a number on the lobby waiting room, huh? Can we get full screen on this? We cannot. So, where's display capture? Turn you off. We'll put on window capture. Where is that? Here it is. Throw you all the way down here at the bottom. Transform, fit to screen. Switch view. Let's do the tutorial. Oh, there is a full screen mode. Oh, too late now. Whoa. Now, I don't remember if this was back when I was streaming Sage games. Wait, you guys aren't getting audio, are you? No, you are. I don't remember if this is back when I was streaming Sage games, but this used to be a 2D side-scroller. made in, I believe, Game Maker? But now, it's a 3D platformer. Made in Godot, or whatever. Rolling is faster than running. Obviously, there's a little bit of Sonic the Hedgehog in here. I'm not complaining. Oh, there's a grappling hook, too. Ooh. That feels pretty good, actually. Whenever the reticle shows on screen, press X. Noted. There is a bit of like a stutter when it's caching new sounds. Yes. Oh. Cutscene, huh? You know, bats, right? Whoa, look at this Bomberman looking guy. Sounds like people are home, so if you hear like yelling and something, a little boy just came skipping past my bedroom door. Like I could feel the floor vibrate. Okay, so chips also just like give you more stamina for swinging and everything. Whoops. You are a little heavy. Particularly like in the air control department. Controls are like plenty snappy on the ground though. Ooh, big chips. Big FOV too. Whoa. That was weird. Thought that was like a spring or something. Maybe I should have like put this in the full screen. Okay, I don't think I want to go down here. I don't. Yeah, that's weird. Do I have to like touch it? No, I get near it. Would be nice if there was like a sound confirmation of that. Whoa. Ah! I'm being like perfectly honest. A little hard to navigate. I don't really have a sense of where I'm going or why. Like, I don't even know if this is the way forward. I mean, it kind of has to be, right? But it is, like, a little weirdly winding, and things like that are really easy to do. And part of that is just, like, the FOV and the camera movement. A little tough to get a handle on. And like right now, I don't even know where I'm going. Like, do I go? No, down here is like where I died that one time. That's off the waterfall. Okay. Like, I assume I go up here. Camera's not doing a good job of, like, framing this stuff. Feels a little squirrely. And, like, for some reason I, like, jumped weirdly low that time. Okay, was I supposed to pick that guy up? I feel like he was one of those guys from the tutorial where picking him up is what, like, helped me out? Okay, now we're back here. Like, is this the way forward now? Like, yes, this is where I was before, but... What? Okay. Must be, because there's a checkpoint up here. Whoa! What the? Well, now I just feel like I've gone backwards, because I'm back here again. This is where I was. That's the waterfall that killed me that one time. Right? Yes, this is where I just came from. Do I just grab you? You just jumped off. Do I go over there? Because going over there just looped me back around, so I must go over there. But then how do I get over here? Okay, well, there's a platform down there. Like a ramp or something. Is this the way forward? I'd say yes, because there's coins down here and stuff. But those also seem to respawn, so I don't actually know. No, this is like the beginning of the level again, because it just gave me the tutorial text right here. Around here, somewhere. About needing to, like, gain speed. Right here. But also, that guy is down here. The one that might be the end of the level collectible? Him? This guy? Okay, so he was just a collectible. Sort of like this guy, probably, yep. So it's a Sonic the Hedgehog Super Monkey Ball shooter platformer. Not Super Monkey Ball, Ape Escape. Shooter platformer game. Like, it's charming. I like it, but I'm having a little bit of trouble navigating. Where do I go? Like, presumably over there, right? Here's a teleporter. But then where did this put me? I was thinking about the time that timer... Okay, we're back here. About the time that timer hits 10 minutes. Maybe we'll switch games. Because I am sufficiently lost. What happens if we go up here? What is up here? Well, that's over there where I thought I could go. But now it's feeling more like I come this way from there. What is down there? Ooh. Ooh. A pit. And now we're just back here again. And that's the teleporter that takes us back. Well, wait a minute. Over there, maybe? Like, that's the only thing I can figure. That's a hard jump to make. I can't imagine that's like the intended route, is it? Well, I keep forgetting I also have the grappling hook. Okay. But now, where are we? Now we're just back here again. Yeah, I'm fully lost. Apologies, Sharb. Your game is cool, but it's a little hard to find your way forward. Something to consider in the future, I guess. We gotta move on. So, that was 2 indie games, 2 fan games. Let's go back to fan games. Let's do Sonic Colors Demastered. Because I think I saw Arlan posted like a GIF or a video of this that looked kind of interesting. Did you try and launch in full screen? I have no window edges all of a sudden. We'll just put you through window capture. You're not even showing up as a window capture. Yeah, you're not a window capture target, my dude. How am I supposed to, like, capture video from this? Can I just do like Alt-Enter? No. This is really weird. So that's like Windows. That's my scroller. Chrome, Discord, Touch Portal. Can I do capture method automatic? Will that show it? No. Oh, this is weird. So I'm just going to have to do display capture, and you're going to have to see part of my windows around it. Because I feel like this probably tried to launch in like 1080p, but my monitor can't do 1080p. My monitor only goes up to 900p. So it's stuck in like this weird windowed mode that doesn't really make any sense. Did I just launch it twice? I did. Like, there's nothing I can do about it because I don't have any window borders. I can't like move the window. I can't resize the window. I can't do anything. Options? I have an options menu. Resolution 3 times, full screen, yes. There we go. That fixed it. I think it was just trying to do some kind of weird shenanigans that my monitor did not support. Yep. 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 I'm just gonna skip through all of this. Sorry. I just want to play the game. And this is a lot of dialogue. That I think might have just been the actual Sonic Colors dialogue. Whoa. A little stuttery. Nope, I don't need tutorials on how to play Sonic games. Thank you. Nope, 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 nope. I'm trying to get back to the main menu, but apparently I'm not allowed. Can I turn off the navigator like in Sonic Colors? I can't.
Next stop.
So we just have to put up with it. Yeah, it looked like just Sonic Colors dialogue to me. From what I could remember of that game's intro cutscene. Yep, I know what I'm doing, Tails. Like, you don't even need the tutorial, because you're giving me button prompts anyway. Like, you don't have to tell me to push the B button, and then also tell me to push the B button. Sonic can spin. Yes, Tails, I get button push pop-ups, but you don't have to tell me. Okay. Again, like, I did not need a tutorial from Tails about that. You tell me to push down in B, I push down in B, and I see what happens. This font resizing looks pretty grody.
I can live with that.
Skip, skip, skip. This is Yacker. Yacker is weirdly CGI for some reason, even though Tails and Sonic are Sonic Battle sprites. Ah, okay. Thank you for the tip. Like, this doesn't actually play that bad. It has some rough parts, certainly. But now that it's like letting me boost and everything, and stopped with like the constant tutorials, it's actually feeling pretty alright. So it's a little weird that it doesn't seem to let me do tricks unless it specifically asks me to do tricks. But to some degree, I guess that's like the Sonic Colors way, right? But like that played pretty well. I like that.
Yeah, aced it.
Not quite an S rank, but alright, hold pause to skip.
Next up, the tropical
Now, do we want to try a mission? We'll save the missions for last. Right now, I just kind of want to play levels. Ooh, that sounds kind of weird. Like, maybe this is controversial, but to some degree, I might actually be enjoying this more than the actual DS version of Sonic Colors. I was not like a super big fan of that version of the game. It was kind of ugly. Like, it played okay, but the levels were kind of cluttered, I guess you'd say. They didn't flow very well, which I didn't really like. This feels a little more flowy, I guess you'd say. Like, this feels more like, I guess you'd say, Sonic Rush felt. Not sure about the Demastered soundtrack, though. Like, they're trying, but it just sounds like weird MIDI to me. Can I just stay up here? Seems like it. Or even, like, what if I stayed at the very back? That didn't seem very well thought out. Could use with a little more boost meter. Feels weird to be just running for long stretches without having boost.
Hey, there's always next time.
D rank for that? Really? Oh, okay. Again, we did not need a Tails tutorial for this. Especially like how little boost meter you seem to get from the trick segments. Like, to me, I should have gotten enough boost to last me all the way up and around that loop, instead of it running out just before the loop, right? Okay. It should have, like, flung me back to the platform, given when I let go. Bit weird that Tails gives me, like, a tutorial on the rocket wisps when I don't have the rocket wisp. Whoops. The camera's a little weird there. Yeah, that's a little weird. Presumably what it wants me to do is save my boost meter up until right before the launcher, so that I have enough momentum to get around the I don't know, like the lollipop or whatever you would call it. So like this. I didn't even know I lost my board. Okay. Starting to go cold on this game all of a sudden. Because all of a sudden, the level design in this game fell apart. And now this is gonna kill me. And like, I can't boost on this thing. What? Okay. Okay. I don't think I have enough speed for this. Okay. Like, is this where they just ran out of time to make the game? Because, like, I get that. Deadlines are what they are, and you don't always have as much time for polish as you think you do.
Whoa!
These things happen. But this went from being, like, pretty good to sort of a mess in about 4 minutes, judging by the clock.
A battle of destiny.
Setsu New just resubscribed for 26 months.
Thank you for the sub, Tetsune. Tetsune. Heard the way the TTS said it and I got confused. Whoops. Like, this went so hard from pretty good to kind of frustrating. But I'm considering just giving up on this game entirely right now. Those first 3 levels, you know, I had fun. I am not having fun anymore. Oh, I have a lot more than 20 games. Now I'm curious. I want to see if the Starlight Carnival levels are also this bad. Or if this really was the level where they just ran out of time for polish and whatever. Because I'm willing to bet it was. And I think Starlight Carnival unlocked before Sweet Mountain. Laser Wisp, I get it. The reticle on that's not super easy to read. Nope, wrong direction, my buddy. Whoops. Uh-oh. Whoa, that's... okay. The song's a lot better, too. Uh-oh. Yeah, those transitions into skydiving segments are a little weird. Yeah, I think I'm back on board. Just that one level that was bad. So I keep like hitting moments where I think, oh, the level's over, and then it keeps going. Love a gray box platform. Sounds outside of my door that make me think someone's gonna knock or is knocking. Turn the sound of my headphones down a little bit. Hey, harsh ranks. Wait, is that like a shop where I can buy stuff? Skills, whoops. Unleashed boost, I don't know what that means. Infinite boost. Here's boost. Let me do infinite boost. Triple jump. Huh. This is kind of cool. It's a little annoying, though, that it doesn't tell me what these do. Unless I do. Okay. Why did I buy that? I have infinite boost. It doesn't matter if I get more boost from certain things or not. That was a waste. Same with that. I do not need that. Okay.
Coming through.
Is that Act 2? Is there no Act 2? There's Act 1. Act 2 down, maybe. There's it over here. Must be down. There it is. It's kind of crazy how easy it was to just buy infinite boost. I think what I'm hearing is my nephews appear to have gotten some kind of bouncy ball. and all they're doing is bouncing it on every surface in the hall, and it's starting to drive me a little nuts. That's the problem with infinite boost. But then how do I... whatever. I'm gonna say all you want to do is boost forever, and I shouldn't do that. But that's just what I want to do. Boost all the time forever. Got a something something. What was that? What? Just skip it all. Except for this one. Okay. Can you guys, like, hear them? They're, like, right outside my door, just giggling like maniacs. Oh, that's weird. This one? Okay, I think that's all we're gonna play of Sonic Colors Demastered. There's more missions and stuff, but I don't know. That one act of Sweet Mountain really put me off.
Not too shabby.
Oh. I do think there's a lot of potential here. There's some pretty good things about this game. But it's a little rough in some places. Can I skip this? Speed it up. Shoutouts to Tech Okami. I know that dude. I know of Chow Fanatic. Blazefire LP, I'm pretty sure he's a Patreon supporter now. That's a little charming. Congratulations, you beat the demo. You can now become Supersonic. Fair enough. We will not be doing that. That is for you, the viewer at home, to do. So what are we gonna play next? Go in the streamed folder. How about we do the Bubble Bobble fan game? That looked weird. Oh, okay, no, that's just... Let's get rid of window capture, because that's clogging everything up. Gameplay audio, add... Bub's Big Blowout. Press jump button. I don't know what these mean. We'll just do Bub. From what I remember, this is like a 3D game. What? Okay, what? My controls were inverted. Is this like a monkey ball? Because I was holding down to go forward. What? Well, this is just normal. This is just Bubble Bobble. No, it is 3D. What? I have like 3D control. And it is inverted. I push down to go forward. Yes. Aha. Like left and right are fine. Those like control like they're supposed to. But up and down are inverted. Is there like an options menu? I can't even pause. What is this? Oh, this is like the letters of extra, right? This is really messing me up. To have like left and right be normal, but up and down be inverted? Well, that's the thing, I'm not using software. I'm using a USB dongle, sure, but that just makes my PlayStation controller look like an Xbox controller. That's literally all it does. And I've been using it all stream, all last stream. It's never had this problem before. Not with any other Unity games or anything. I usually use just a raw PlayStation controller normally without the dongle, but Unity games can be like picky. No, I'm not using DS4 Windows. I am using a hardware dongle. And when I do like use software, it's usually just Steam. So like Steam input. Well, that's cute. You can see his eyes through platforms. No, Steam input. I'm not launching this through Steam, so it wouldn't be active here. This is the first and only game I've ever had this problem with. I would really like it if my nephews would calm down. Like, I assume you guys can't hear anything, but... It sounds like there's a stampede outside my bedroom right now. Oh, this is so hard to control. Like, if I just hold left and right, it's fine. But the moment I have to, like, do diagonals or anything, it is a headache. Because it feels like I'm from space. They keep throwing that ball against my door, too. That's what's pissing me off. Is there keyboard and mouse support? Oh, there is. Oh, that's a lot easier. What's my jump button? Oh, it's down there? Ooh. That's not great. Okay, no, I can use the arrow keys. That's a little better. They don't seriously, like, expect me to do a bubble bounce there, do they? I've still got a little bit of the inverted brain, you'll notice. I'm debating on yelling at them, because they are getting really loud. But this is kind of cute. Like, to some degree, this could almost be like an official product, right? Like, this is something you would have bought on Xbox Live Arcade for like $10. You'd be like, oh, it'd be neat that they like at least tried a 3D bubble game. You know? Oh, you can't do bubble bounces. Okay. Unless it's like a weird timing thing that I've just forgotten. I'd also believe that. Scale monsters. I like that he's waving at me. That's cute. Like, I don't mean to, like, sound derogatory or anything, but, like, in the same way that there was, like, a 3D Metal Slug game, right? I believe that this existed in that same kind of weird time of trying to figure out what 3D meant for video games. Like, I'm starting to enjoy myself now that I've kind of, like, gotten my head around the controls. By which I mean I switched to keyboard instead of game controller. But this is charming. Up. And like it animates really well too. Oh, there it is. The song. The song that will be stuck in your head for the rest of the day. Whoops. Where's my health? Do I even have health? What is this? Okay. It wanted me to do something there, and I did it. Who made Bubble Bobble? Was it Taito? Was it Namco? I feel like it was Hudson? I don't remember. I feel like it was Taito. Ooh, discordant. Spooky. Creepypasta. Like, do I lose fruit for that, or time? Surely I can't just take damage forever. Or do I just lose a life? Okay, I lose a life. Oh, he gets to bounce on those, but I don't. Oh, so now it lets me jump on bubbles? That's weird. We already had 3D Snow Brothers, and that was called South Park 64. Okay, what did that do for me? You know what I think about sometimes? I think about them doing a modern Bonk game and that getting cancelled, despite it looking kind of alright. Also, I went back to like both Bonk 3 and Super Bonk recently, and those games haven't aged super well. Yeah, it has dynamic music. It switches to like a more chiptune-y version when I come in here. Just an enjoyable little game. Whoops. Probably shouldn't do like that trick twice, but who am I to complain? Ooh. Okay, good. I will take this opportunity to be right back. But that was a fun little game. I really like that. Puzzle Bubble Galaxy? Once these credits end, I'm gonna go to the BRB screen. Oh. Yeah, that was probably one of the original creators, huh? What a good game. Anyway, I'll be right back. And I'm gonna be gone for, I don't know, 10 minutes? Basically, I'm gonna go eat dinner. Real quick. So we'll put on some music and I'll be back in a few minutes. Okay. I don't know what I'm gonna play next. I was thinking of this game called Hoopervania, but then I open it and I see that it comes with a copy of Joy to Key, which has me a little spooked. Because that means it does not have native controller support. And like, I'm worried I'm gonna have to sit here and like configure it. So I don't know. We'll try it. Yep, thank you, Joy to Key. I haven't touched you in so long. Hoopervania. Ooh, why do you want to make changes to my hard drive, Hoopervania? How about I say no? I'm sure it's fine. Is this an installer? This is an installer. Oh my gosh. Well, when in Rome. Suddenly it's 2002 again, and fan game demos need to come with installers, I guess. I don't think this is Unity. Maybe it is. It's also checking my DirectX version. That's interesting. Start Hoopervania with this man that looks like Vinny Caravella. Are we full screen? I think we're full screen. Oh, I need to add you to the thingy first. Ah! Hoopervania.executable. That's true. Ooh. Ooh, hang on. Ooh, I gotta blow my nose. Ooh, You know how when, like, you rub your nose and then all of a sudden it's like you touched a nerve in there? Like, it itches so bad it almost burns? Hang on a sec. Okay. I'm fine. Following is a free non-profit fan game. Do I have controllers? I do have controllers. Give me the English. Give me the gamepad only. Okay, Chrono Trigger music. I can dig it. We'll do normal, how about? This is how Hooper, a gentle player and streamer, welcomed his audience on his now traditional December 31st broadcast, occurring on New Year's Eve. As usual, Hooper's nicknamed the Big Bear streamed a Castlevania game, finishing the various episodes year after year. Victories over Count Dracula came one after another. Such was Hooper's rather unusual talent. This year seemed no different, despite a few blunders and tantrums caused by some severe bad faith. However, nothing seemed to be able to stop this epic adventure for Hooper. For once, he would not be able to sleep at 10 in the morning. He would not go to sleep at 10 in the morning. This idea made him blissful. Suddenly, the room spinned all around him. Guys, my head's spinning. Help me! Rather afraid, the Big Bear called for help again and again. Alas, nothing could save him, and his gamepad he was holding just a few seconds ago fell to the ground. The audience was left puzzled by the silence and the fact that Hooper's character was not moving anymore, leading to a game over screen. If several members got worried, most of them unleashed a flood of insults towards Hooper for not playing the game anymore. Some of them even talked about backing off from the donations. Oh no! But where is Hooper? Ah, this is cute. No attack? Oh, I gotta get the whip first. A letter, turned yellow by the hands of time, is held by this skeleton. This is all over. I have failed in my battle against Count Dracula. Life slowly exits my body. You who come across this, I beg you to wield the Belmont's family sacred whip and finish what I have started. Dracula must be defeated at all costs. Simon Belmont.
Alors attention, je vais tous les sodomiser les uns après les autres. Et pas un seul n'en réchappera.
Yeah. I'm sure that's probably a clip from his stream or something. You get the Vampire Killer. Wield it to vanquish Dracula's minions and make yourself worthy of the heritage of the Belmont family. There we go. Gotta say, this controls pretty well. Oh, I can whip up. Can't whip down, though. Ah! You move a little fast. Secret?
Ah, il n'oubliez pas où ça passe.
I bet this is going to be full of in-jokes in French that I can neither understand or comprehend. That's fine. Yes, okay, there we go. I wasn't attaching to the steps at first. Honestly, this is probably like, I don't want to like call it too early, but to some degree this is better than some games people are selling for money on Steam. I bet there is a fair collection of Castlevania clones on Steam right now that do not control, look, or play this well. Uh-oh. Question is, okay. Sorry, I heard voices outside my door. I still hear voices outside my door. I think it's fine. What is this for? Uh-oh. Gonna set the controller down to rub an itch on my lip. I'll be taking that. I should have read that out loud because that looked like it was interesting. And hey, these are Sonic tiles, I'm pretty sure. Like these are from like So Mari or something. I recognize them because I've used them. Look at that big bat. Exit right after the bridge. But what is that? How do I go down? Whoa! that's rude. What is the blue meter I'm filling up, I wonder? Do I have like an item crash I can use? Yes. I'm pretty sure that used up like the rest of my hearts.
Oh putain, bien joué.
Skill man. That's what they call me. Huh. 1,000 Poke dollars? Okay, fair enough. Huh? Segata Sanshiro. Hooper, I've been waiting for you. It took you so long to arrive here. Given your 30 years of experience in gaming, I thought you have gotten rid of these monsters in a heartbeat. Well, the whip has input lag, and there are no excuse for the calls. There is no excuse for he calls himself King of the World. Your bad faith may come in handy against the small fry, but it will be powerless against your true enemy. Yeah, right. This sounds real obscure to me. I was just sitting peacefully in my home. I just started streaming the traditional Castlevania game. Suddenly the game froze, I lost contact with my viewers, and the entire room starts spinning. And here I am stuck inside a mountain fighting stupid enemies. This is Count Dracula's revenge. Well, you know, I was about to kick his ass like I've done so many times in the past, and no. Dracula is tired of being humiliated in front of thousands every year by a Belmont you control. He decided to take the fight directly to you and brought you to this very strange world. He is waiting for you in his castle. What the hell is this bullshit? I don't have time for this crap. You know how to wield the vampire killer. You are the only one that may defeat Dracula. But do not worry, I will be alongside you. Why didn't you start off with that info? Both of us will demolish these suckers in a breeze. Won't we? This shall not be how you acquire the necessary skill to vanquish Dracula. You will travel through this world and reach his castle, all by yourself. I will stay behind and give you clues to guide you, should you feel the need to have so. This is a lot of dialogue. I can sense this is going to be very tragic. Let's not waste any more time. Let's go! This is the world map. Visit every stage to defeat Count Dracula. He runs a store. May the Big Bear's force be with you. Che Segata, okay. Oh, this is all expensive. But I will say, back in the day, some of you may not know, I was working on a Castlevania fan game. And some of these ideas were things I had for that. Like the shop that the idea I had is that you'd find a key, and at the end of every level, you could use the key to visit a shop. I know it's not like a revolutionary idea or anything like that, but... Five generators? The Hooper.fr dimension. Excuse me. So, like, is this something that I do, like, gradually over the course of the game?
Ah, ça va mieux comme ça.
Or is that one of the generators? Basement. Yeah. I bet. Oh, okay. Nope, can't go in there yet. And everything respawned. Great. Oh, right, I have the... I forgot.
Ah, ça va mieux comme ça.
So is that just gonna be here every single time?
Zoom Bundle said, "What's Krillin Grillin? A Dragon Ball?"
Mm-hmm. I'm wondering, did Hooper make this himself? Or did, like, his community make this? Because if his community made this, that's pretty impressive. This metal gate will open after activating the generator. So you wrote yourself a note, even though you've never been in this castle before? This mansion? I appreciate the portraits of Smurfs. It's pretty cute. Okay. Now nobody can pee. Ha 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 ha. There is a game about Germa that I've been curious about. Because at first it just sounded like a cash grab, but apparently the game is free. And it was one of those things where, like, Germa encouraged it. Because he did all that, like, green screen footage. It was like, yeah, use this for whatever you want. So somebody made, like, a whole game out of it. There's the second Dragon Ball. Which means that they literally are just Dragon Balls. The medicine room? It's medicine time? What? People aren't usually that excited about medicine, my guy. That's a little weird. Oh, and there's the 3-star Dragon Ball. Or is that the one I already saw? I don't remember.
N'importe quoi!
Okay, so this isn't, like, as annoying as I thought it would be. Like,
N'importe quoi!
Like, you say, like, find 5 generators, and I'm like, oh no, you know. Give me this big sprawling castle that I have to explore. But if it's just, like, linear, and every generator just gates the entrance to the next section of the level, like, that's fine.
Ouh, la vache. Je me suis requinqué avec un petit bol.
I got the power glove. Throw it in a straight line to kill Dracula's freaks. Though weaker than your whip, it allows you to hit long-distance targets. One thing for sure, it's so bad. So it's like the knife. Appreciate like the figures on this shelf that's like clearly Ryu. I had to stop and make sure I didn't say Ryu. I'll be honest, I kind of wish I had kept the axe. Because if I just switched for the axe...
Zetsune AW. Dead. From Streets.
Yes. But if I, like, traded the axe for the knife, like, I'm not happy about that.
N'importe quoi! Putain! Eh, mais oh!
Okay, well that's a little tricky. But I assume, like, I need that box. Like, I can't... Oh! I have the axe again. I will not pick up the power glove. What? What? Oh, I got touched by the Medusa. I thought I was, like, crying or something. Was this just... Oh, this was just the power glove. Skipping that for sure. Well, let's see. I went this way originally. What if I go this way? Okay, that's the way out of here. Got it. Make sure that I actually need to bring this box down here. Okay, I do. That's gonna be tough, though. Especially with these stupid things that just spawn infinitely. I could do without that. You know, that uses up a lot of hearts. You think with it having like a meter, that it wouldn't like also take your hearts. He doesn't always turn around when I push the opposite direction.
Quoi? Putain, qu'est-ce qui m'énerve lui? Oh là là! C'est hallucinant!
Tell me about it, buddy.
Eh mais oh!
I wonder if the difficulty thing is just how much damage enemies do to you. But I'd also probably have to restart the entire game, right? It wouldn't be so kind as to let me drop it down to easy mode. I also feel like if this is a game based on a streamer, then they are going to have, like, jokes about him playing on easy mode, right? Insofar as, like, I don't want to see those, because I assume the game's going to make fun of me for it. This seems like the kind of game that would do that. Suppose I should also, like, not forget that I can whip straight up. I wonder what those are. I think it's like a food item. My very own homemade yogurt factory. This generator should light up this part of the mansion. That's a little weird, my dude. Is French yogurt supposed to be, like, really good? I'd believe it. Say though, with this level being quite as long as it is, this might be the last level of this we play before we move on.
Ouh, la vache, je me suis requinqué avec un petit bol.
Shortcut to the ground floor, what does that mean for me? Oh, okay. Back this way. I get it. And there's free health there, that's good. I'm glad he can read despite how dark it is. That's the... I mean, I can't tell because there's like a sparkle on it, but presumably that is the 7-star Dragon Ball? Let's go down here. That door's blocked anyway. This is a little obnoxious. Entirely too many ghosts. The old storage room, where I keep my old consoles, magazines, and everything else, as well as a darts game dedicated to my good old Juju. As for this backup generator, it should give me access to the main generator of the basement. Is that it? I turn it on? Like I don't get any lights or anything? And I suppose that's like the thing, right? If this is made by like fans of his streams, that's cool. If he made this for himself, like about himself, that's a little weird. I think so anyway. The guy who made a game about his Sonic OC when he was like 21, 19 or so ish. What is that? Good old Marshall. This place looks like it could use some whipping. Let's turn on the last generator to restart everything. Okay. Is that like a boss I'm gonna have to fight? Or is that like... That's probably just an in-joke. That's like a friend of his or something. So, you know, the question is, I don't know how to get out of here. Like, I guess I go back up to the very top? To the main room, right? Up here? Can you imagine if I picked up the power glove and I had to deal with that spider? You know, this would almost be kind of annoying, if not for the fact that, like, I'm a lot faster than a normal Castlevania game. So, like, having all those projectiles and everything isn't so bad, actually. Hopefully that fixed it. Hang on, we'll do this the old-fashioned way. Though that, actually... That probably fixed it, didn't it? I was just gonna go, like, hide the layer manually, but... If I swap scenes like that, it probably fixes it. Oh no, evil hooker! Honestly, like, this is just me nitpicking. I would flip the evil hooker's sprite around the other way. just to add some like visual differences. I have a feeling that this is going to be like the end. This guy is fast.
Quelle malchance!
And it doesn't seem like my whip stops his items. But I do notice it started me out with half an item crash meter now. Why am I suddenly too slow to avoid those? No, like food refills or anything? There we go.
Je me suis requinqué avec un petit bol.
And then I stupidly faceplant. Wait, who are these guys? It's like... That kind of looks like Arthur from Ghouls and Ghosts. That kind... Like, that's probably not Dio. That's probably from, like, Saint Seiya. The wall on the right. This one? This one? Oh. Just more money, though. Yeah, no, I think the teapot, or whatever, the teacup here was our health refill. And I wasted it. Yeah, no, this guy's gonna be rough. Like, this is gonna be one of those times where, like, he's probably weak to the power glove. But since I have the axe, oh wow. Ooh.
Ah, t'as fait du bien par où ça passe.
Oh. Now what? Like, oh. Hi. Defragmented his face. Bim bam boom! He didn't know what hit him. Even your precious donations have been abducted by the greatest Count Dracula. Or the great Count Dracula, rather. I don't know why I read that as greatest. He dared steal my money? This is a farce. So he wants to play dirty like that, huh? Watch out. I'm gonna break everything. Everything. And Draco, I'm gonna take that whip, turn it sideways, and stick it straight up his vampire ass. And thanks to my Croto trigger, the great Count Dracula manages to conceive Hooker, the only being that could defeat you. Oh, 2 bosses in a row, huh? This guy better be easy for how hard Hooper was. Oh, I bet I have to defeat his birds. Yeah, that wasn't so bad, honestly. $21 minutes? I mean, yeah, that makes sense. That was a long level. Do I want a better base whip? Better axe. Probably a better base whip. I bet it reaches further. Okay, we'll glance at the next level, but I do not intend to play all of it. Well, that doesn't look that much longer, but it does look different. Ooh, hiccups. Okay, that's just... I really dig the sprite work in this. Like, for as much as some of this is ripped from, like, old Castlevanias, a lot of it isn't.
Qu'est-ce qui m'énerve lui? Oh là là! C'est hallucinant!
I feel like there needs to be like a simple change in controls where if I push a direction, that is the direction he goes. Because it's too often like I'm facing the wrong direction, or I'm facing the opposite direction of where I'm moving. Because some like animation priority or something. Oh. This also appears to be where the game, like, starts to get serious with its difficulty.
Ah putain, bien joué. No!
He says, moments before dying. Well, that's pretty cool, like, honestly. I might come back to this. Not on stream, maybe off stream. But I'm like, oh, I can just fast travel to Sanshiro. Yeah, that's neat. And now the Chrono Trigger music on the title screen suddenly makes a lot more sense. So what's next? We've done... did we do 2 fan games? Oh, Joy to Key still. Why did I have to use Joy to Key? There is nothing in this that... like, it did not come with a Joy 2 Key profile. It just had controller support. So why did it come with Joy to Key support? Or the Joy to Key software, I should say. So what have we played? Hoopervania Nights. We played these this stream, right? These... oh, we've played like 5 fan games tonight. Thanks for coming out. See you later tonight. Or, what? Why am I even saying that? See ya later. Playing too many video games. Actually, we should think about closing out the stream. OBS doesn't tell me how long I've been live, and neither does Twitch, because everything kept crashing. How long ago was King of Bunnies? 4 hours ago. So we've been streaming quite a while. So we should try and wrap it up here soon. Do maybe like 1, maybe 2 more games. Let's try Toree Saturn. Cory is a game that originally debuted on the Haunted PS1 demo disc, I believe. And my understanding is that it doesn't really play much like a horror game at all. I mean, I say that, I own the original Toree on Switch. It's just a retro platformer with speedrunning elements. And I guess somewhere around there in that original Toree game, there is like maybe like a creepypasta element every now and then, but it is super easy to avoid. I never actually saw it in the Switch version of Toree. And presumably, from what I've heard, Toree 2 and then this don't have the horror elements at all. They're just platformers. I've heard people theorize that the only reason the first game had horror elements was to make it easier to promote during the Haunted PS1 demo disc. But you know, sure, fine. I'm not gonna complain. Like, you know, that's probably something related to that. But otherwise, this is just like an enjoyable retro platformer of sorts. I would say it has more in common with Sonic the Hedgehog than any kind of horror game. And I think I ended up getting that first game on Switch for like maybe $1, maybe $2, probably under $1 if I had to be honest. I don't remember, it was a long time ago. It was back when Nintendo still let you price games on the Switch under $2. You could like routinely find indie games on the eShop for like 50 cents. And I think the original Toree was one of those 50-cent games. And I can respect it. I like it, I enjoy it. It's not like super duper deep, but it feels good. Just an enjoyable experience. Oh, that was it. That was the demo. Fair enough. That was just fun. I liked that. Then what else? I wonder. I don't want to just play games that are like people I know or like games I've already played before. Like I was gonna say, oh, I could play Sandro Gomez because I don't think I've played a demo for Sandro Gomez in like 2 or 3 years now. I played like the very first demo. That's the one I remember. I don't want to play Frogun because Frogun's just good. I think I might have streamed Frogun last year. The demo for that. And I enjoyed that. Frogun's good. Cory 3.5, yes. I actually extracted that one. And just like a heads up, I might be, well, I say I might. I'm planning on doing at least a third stream of Sage games. Because there are still so many left. Do we get full screen for this? Like, probably eventually, right? So let's get in here. Get past all these startup screens to an options menu. Can I just do Alt and Enter? I can. Good. Best played with a keyboard? I don't think so, buddy. Button. Action. Whoa, okay, hang on. I gotta redo those. Action, special 2, super, enter, okay. Whoa! Hi, folks. I guess I'll do 1080p. That puts it into full screen, so... Turn on the streamer OST. Okay. Hey, before you get into the game, it might be best of you not to play as the first character you see on the character select. Bradford Hound, the beige Sonic, is pretty much just Sonic 3 Sonic with the super peel out. But the other characters have a lot of special abilities that I think would be better to play. Sanok, the Maniac, the Sonic Mania Sonic, is also pretty much just Sonic and Sonic Mania plus the super peel out. All the movesets are listed on the site. Okay, if you're lazy, just hover over. Of course, you're free to play as whoever you want. The messages for streamers. Thank you. Whoops. Yep, nope, we already did this. Let's see, we have Knuckles, Pikachu, Dankles. What? Okay, so this guy's a Pokemon trainer. That's weird. And you can fly. You can dash. Tail swipe. Oh, that's it. So he's also kind of basic. Orange Yoshi. So, Cass plays like Yoshi. Got it. Pikachu with a staff? Claire. Okay. That sounds kind of like Sonic, but not really. Oh, okay, no, like it's the other arm back there. It's not like a staff. Okay. Who are you? Are you just Mania? Yeah, you're just Mania Sonic. Who are you? Autumn. If you jump and press the special key, she'll do the mighty stomp. Hover for a few seconds. Huh. That sounds interesting. This is a lengthy one, boy, I'll say. Okay, so boost meter. You can use other wisps. Oh, her, sorry. Pressing special in the air with the burst wisp, so just the burst wisp, cube wisp. So they disappear, okay. Laser. Yeah, she sounds complex. And then you're just the modern Sonic, right? Yeah. Yeah, so it's just modern Sonic. It's tempting to do modern Sonic, but I kind of want to do Yoshi, or Cass, rather. Sure. Oh, hi there. Bob the Flicky. Okay. If something's bad, the creator is already on it. Fair enough. Yes, I already read this. Thank you.
After the events of Cory 3, Rad and the Resistance defeated Shuffin' It, and they decided to go on a break from saving the multiverse.
Setting my controller down.
Ghost the Toast left the Resistance due to reasons.
Ghost the Toast?
Was still left dead. However, a new face joined the gang, that being that lucky gamer, and gotta play fast. After the break, the gang started getting reports of Shuffin' It being seen again, and they decided to jump back into action to stop him. However, another new face meets them, that face being Tails, though from another universe. Tails explains that he was testing out a new dimensional transporter and noticed that something was going on here. The Resistance decides to let him join, and then they set off to find Shuffin' It. But first, they decide to stop at Toys R Us to get toys.
Just gonna keep going. So this is weird. Cass's flutter jump is really hard to activate. There's like a very specific point in her jump where you can activate it. But not like before, not after. Maybe after. It's like after she reaches the peak of her jump. I'm more used to like the traditional Yoshi's Island flutter jump. Hi, hello. Definitely like the lightning shield. It's not like terrible, it just takes a minute to get used to, really. Oh, I suppose I should look down at the lives icon for the pronouns, huh? I remember seeing that option in the options screen, but it didn't connect to my brain. getting water shields. Is there water coming up? Watch out, Tommy Tallarico's gonna come for you. Whee! What the little Wally sprites? Those are adorable. My mouse isn't on screen, is it? Move it anyway. Whoa. What do I have to say? Where the heck is everything? I'm halfway through the store and there's nothing. There doesn't seem to be any workers either, but this place is clearly open. Let's go up. Eventually. End of the level. Sitting there like, is that the Fortnite default dance? Ooh. Okay, that should be all the kids. Hugged and on their way to bed. Yeah, see, I'm starting to get like the timing for it. That's fine. I like the spooky version of the Toys R Us theme. That's pretty good. Go down. So what is this made in? Like, because the sounds remind me of Sonic Worlds, but I know this can't be Sonic Worlds unless it's like the Godot version. And I don't think it's that. Wow. I was gonna say, it kind of had a game maker vibe to it. It might have even been like in the executable. I don't remember.
I feel some strange energy.
Ooh. Looked at the chat. Oops, Daisy. Bounce me, sir.
That wasn't supposed to happen.
I like that I keep getting hit right in front of a shield to replace it. Ooh, cutscene. Hey, it's the Phantom thingy.
You don't want to be in the way when my laser goes off.
All right, I remember seeing a screenshot of this. Watch out!
That wasn't supposed to happen.
To infinity and beyond! Mayday, Mayday, come in, Star Command. Send reinforcements. Star Command, do you copy?
Ooh.
To infinity and beyond! I anticipated being better at this activity. Be careful with that. It's extremely dangerous.
No, I don't.
You forced me to take extreme action.
That didn't sound like Tim Allen. Toys R Us theme of danger. Would a fire shield have, like, protected me from his lasers? Probably not, but...
Oh, geez. We gotta get out of here.
You're in violation of Galactic Order 2754.
Whoops. Bounce me. Ah.
I think he's gone for now.
The vibration's getting worse.
Why is that guy? How thoughtful to build a Toys R Us next to a volcano. Is this the way I came? No, it's not.
Done with the name of intergalactic law.
So if, like, these are lines from Toy Story 3, you gotta figure that's the sound alike, right? Because I'm pretty sure Toy Story 2 has, like, actual Tim Allen voice acting.
Are you okay? Didn't hurt you, did we? We're ready now, anytime!
What? Go back. Oh no, evil Eevee. I think this is just Act 1 again, right? That's kind of fun. Like revisiting a half-ruined version of Act 1. At least that part way back there felt like it. Doesn't feel like it anymore. This one.
That wasn't supposed to happen.
Whoa. I was waiting for it. What's covering his face? Appreciate the Windows XP background. I don't think I can make it up there. Not without a spring. Wow. Getting a little Sonic Mega Mix there. It's a nice change of pace, at least.
Shut up! There's no time for jokes!
Yeah, we should really figure out what Chompin's up to. Any ideas? Okay, better question. What do you think he's gonna do to achieve that goal?
Hang on, can I just ask? Did Chompin ever really do anything wrong? Aren't you the one who wants to fight Chompin? All that I'm saying is I think that you're misjudging Shaw's character. I joined this group and everyone's jumping on this guy and I'm not here for it.
Knock it off!
We are such a dysfunctional group.
Welcome to Tilted Towers. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Memphis, Tennessee, and I'm part lizard. Yoroshiku onegaishimasu, as they say in Nippon.
Alright.
Were you talking about Fortnite? No, I'm not even gonna pretend you were talking about Fortnite. I just really love bringing up my favorite game whenever I can. Let me get a good smell of you, little boy. That just makes you a beta cuck.
What?
Anyway, welcome to my purple orb. It's time to go. Where are we dropping, boys?
Preferably away from you.
Come to my house.
I like that Sonic sprite. Oh, good. What? Oh. You're the one with the gun. Okay. It's a nice looking green hill, though. No? That must be for the cement. Wait, I have a buttstone. I'd say that was for the mighty drop, but... The only regret is I haven't used eggs very much. Which I suppose is partially on me. But they also take a long time to set up when I could just, like, bop them like a Sonic character. What was that? Oh, just rings. More Chaos Emeralds. I mean, that's fair.
I'm out of here.
Hey, it's that guy. I thought he died. Now I'm wondering what this all sounds like when I don't have streamer mode on. Like, I'm sure, like, songs like this are the same, but... Oh hey, it's this version of Green Hill. panic in paradise, as it were. Hugging collar gently. Whoa, I love a big loop like that. Hey, bud.
Green Hill's looking a lot more like Green Hill right now.
Mm-hmm. I can kill Sonic where? With the stream delay, who knows where that was? Oh. Can I, like... Fair enough. There might be water in this level. Probably not, but... You never know. This doesn't work, does it? I was gonna try and line up a shot.
That wasn't supposed to happen.
Hang on. Aww. Yeah, it doesn't work quite the way I'd like it to. Almost, but not quite.
That wasn't supposed to happen.
Hang on. Is this backtracking? This feels like backtracking. Mm-hmm. A bit of a scripting error there, but I'm not gonna complain.
That wasn't supposed to happen.
There goes all those rings. Wow. Oh, I can chain them. Okay. Something to keep in mind. Hey. I see.
So, here we are again. We've been through so much together. Now you understand why there's a psychotic robot doctor chasing a supersonic blue hedgehog. Well, want to know how it ends? Yeah, me too.
Oh.
That wasn't supposed to happen.
See, now that I know that I can chain these together, it's going to be my undoing. Oh, big loop. Okay, what do you say? What was that about? Nothing? is... Is the Chaos Emerald here? Or was that there in Sonic Game Gear? I don't remember. It's been long enough. It was probably up there. It's been long enough since I played the Game Gear Sonic 1. There's just rings up there. And then there's like water down here. Woo! Oh, right, now I remember. Right, instead of going up here, you go around here. Yep. Good on you. Anything over here? Of course there is. Video games. Heh. Okay, this is fun. Thanks for the tip, Blob.
We don't have time to play little games with you. Get out of our way!
I feel some strange energy.
Still thrashing around, I see. You filthy little sewer rat.
Shaw! What are you doing?
Oh, I get it.
Friends are nothing but a fleeting illusion. You can count on nobody but yourself.
That's a good one. Talking to you is a waste of time.
I suppose you would think so. Yes.
This isn't a joke, you know. Think what you want. You won't be so lucky this time.
Nani? It simply means that the old me was too weak. And now you've become nothing more than an insect, waiting to be crushed underfoot.
No time for games? Now witness my power.
No.
Rats.
When will you learn that your actions have consequences?
I can't.
Huh? Oh, what is this from? I mean, I suppose there's... Okay, well, you know. I was gonna say, there are several games with that kind of a mechanic, but... I pick up what you're putting down. pretty level. Whoops. I guess I won't just skip the entire level. Nope, let me in there, please. No? No. Fair enough. Do not have the required ability. Yeah, I had a feeling. Something like that anyway. Oh, missed. I pay attention so well, I just realized it says, got a victory royale. Ah! Ooh. Let's go in here. Ha! Saved it. Love the glowing water. Different music, eh? Huh. Auto-scroller, huh? Can I still do this? I can. Aha. Animation where Sonic is drumming his fingers is kind of incredible. Ooh. Love the music in this. Good picks. There he is. Honestly, instead of like whatever Sonic Superstars picked for its not Green Hill Zone level, it should have picked this. Because this is close enough to that aesthetic without being like just Green Hill Zone painted blue. My hubris! What was that monitor, though? Alright, I was using my two-finger spin dash technique, and that doesn't work here, because that's a special button. What is this? Like speed shoes, I guess? Yes. I'm gonna like totally waste this. Oh, easy there, Ristar. Ooh. I guess I'll just take the lightning shield. Probably shouldn't have wasted the other ones. Mm-hmm. Now, could I throw an egg at him? I'm not gonna try, but I think it would be funny if I could. Because I'm a horrible human being. Hey, it's Prototype Knuckles. Can I skip it? Can I jump it? I can't jump it. Oh, pro moves! I like seamlessly connecting to Hydro City Zone. You're gonna make me go in the water though, aren't you? I guess it doesn't matter anymore. Wow. I like how that's like a jumping sound, but like in context, it kind of sounds like ribbit. Good pick for a frog. Looking at the chat. Wow. Whoa. That's a lightning shield, but I keep worrying. The proximity to water. Even if there's no Hydro City. Wait a minute, go back. What was that? A Pikmin? Yo. No, finish, thank you. Woo! Gimme. So that I can like lose it in 2 seconds. Oh, we did the thing. Smarter than that. Oh, that should have worked. Well, bye. We said the line.
There goes Hawaii, there goes Hawaii, oh there goes Hawaii, the island is gone. There goes Hawaii, there goes Hawaii, oh there goes Hawaii.
I like the horse JPEG.
There goes Hawaii, there goes Hawaii, oh there goes Hawaii, the island is gone. There goes Hawaii, there goes Hawaii, oh there goes Hawaii, the island is gone. There goes Hawaii, there goes Hawaii, oh.
Poor Tails.
Hawaii, 20 minutes later.
Ooh, a Sky Deck? Or, Sky Chase? No. Back up. Who was that? Oh, that's just everyone else. And also, Rainbow Dash and Fluttershy are here. Oh, this, okay, no. I get it. They're on their own adventure. Oh, this blue's a little bright. What was that? Can I, like, look down? I can't. Not far enough, though. Oh, it was you! Give me a shield so I don't feel so exposed. Yes? There we go. Whoomp! I have no idea what that badnik looked like, but it looked like an amalgam. Okay, let's get a good look at you. No! Whoa. Oh, fair enough. The boys. Well, they don't, like, mean that I could smash them, right? Well, I already missed looking at it again. No, I can't. Gimme. It took me a minute on that one, too, to realize that's the McDonald's. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm a little slow on things like that sometimes.
Would you like your avatar to it? How about here lies the blue buffoon?
I wonder how long this is. I was saying one more game. One or two, and then this is turning out to be quite a send-off. That's a good neck spray. Or I guess fang nowadays.
Let's keep our heads in the game.
Just like a unicorn horse. Kinda cool. Now that, like, I get a good look at it. One more zone left after this. Okay. Stomp. Or I guess hip drop. Depending on your Nintendo nomenclature.
That wasn't supposed to happen.
Every time. Uh-oh.
Darn. Why here?
Let's take an alternate route. Ooh. Ah! Excuse me, sir. Oh, hey, Bean. Aha. I will say, I wish that I have turned on, like, VSync or something. I've been getting pretty nasty tearing this entire time. And hopefully it's not, like, coming through. It usually doesn't. OBS doesn't usually show screen tearing. Yeah. Hang on. I'm gonna type in chat. Give me a second. By the time I get this up on my phone, the ad break's gonna be over. Unless you guys are back from the ad break. Like, that's just something I set up. I've thought about maybe turning it off. But I read a guide like 2 or 3 years ago. Like, right after I got partnered. It was like, oh, you know, the best thing to do for your Twitch ads is to run big blocks all at once. That way your viewers get the longest uninterrupted amount of ad-free content in exchange for one big block of ads every hour. And I don't know if I like that or not. It does get me a better earnings rate with Twitch, because Twitch actually adjusts how much money you get from ads depending on how many ads you show. So I don't know. I've debated on changing it. I don't know if I'm a big enough streamer to warrant it, having such a focus on big ad breaks. And people seem to complain about it a lot, and I don't like that. One away. Even though I probably missed a bunch. Ooh, salsa. What's up, dude?
Come on, let's go!
But I forget who said that about Twitch ads. It was some big streamer. Like, maybe like Disguised Toast or something? I don't think it was him. But it was someone, he had Toast in his name. He was like, even my smaller streamer friends. People don't care about ads unless it's a pre-roll. I don't think that's true at all. For the amount of people that complain that they get 3 minutes of ads or whatever. Blob's back. Huh. It looked like there was a VSync option in the options too. And if nothing else, I could have also just forced it from the NVIDIA control panel. I mean, the screen tearing doesn't bother me that much. It only bothers me if it's coming through on the stream. Like, to your point, H-Hog, that's kind of my fault. There should be a button somewhere, or there is on my Twitch dashboard, not on my touch portal thingy here that controls my stream, but on the actual Twitch dashboard itself, there is like a snooze ads button that will delay ads for I think up to an hour. Ooh, no tags.
Supposed to happen?
Also immune to throwing.
That wasn't supposed to happen.
VSync is mysterious voodoo as far as I'm concerned. ClickTeam Fusion games also have a VSync option that never seems to work. So I don't know.
Chaos Control!
Oh, it's that guy. How many seconds can you move in the stopped time?
You okay?
Ooh.
Still more wonderful. A not so tall, dark, and brooding destiny.
You really are just like that mercenary. So I've heard. Either way, you're just as weak and pathetic as he was. Are you going to whine just like him too? Don't worry about it. Listen, I need you to get to Violet City. There's 2 Pegasi on the way there. Just follow them. Tell them I sent you, and I'll stall for time.
You drink.
You're talking to the ultimate life form. I've dealt with Infinite already, so I can easily deal with a bootleg. Let's get this over with, Jackal.
5 minutes later.
Oh, I was hoping it would cut to, like, Shadow Dead. Colors in this level. Love a good sunset. Go back! Oh no. Oh well, I guess I don't need that shield. not for me. On the other hand, aha, okay. I can pop those at long distance. So like that. Aha! These trees look like they're from The Lion King. I don't think they are, but they remind me of the I Just Wanna Be King level. Hey! Pushing up. There we go. Swimming outfits? I don't think they even wear clothes. They're just horses. Orange soda. I'll swim my way out. Oh. Uh-oh. Give me that. Uh-oh. Okay. Whew. It's ironic because I'm actually, what I've been drinking this entire stream is just orange Fanta. Got some with my groceries today. Give me that shield. Wait a minute. Oh, for a second there I thought I got like the bubble shield bounce off of that. I like the stars back there, that's good. I'm busy looking at those. Wait, no, I want to keep this. Okay, get up there. No? Huh. Can spin dash do that? Okay. Let's give it a shot. Aha! Ooh. Missing all these people to talk to. Wondered when you were gonna show up. What do you have to say? Sheep ladies from them fighting herds, right? The game that always confuses me because it abbreviates to TFH. When I had a game that abbreviated to TFH. Oh, there's more. Wow. What's up, Xenogears? Mm-hmm. Come on. Oh, I have to stand between them. I like that render of Sonic. Miles Edgeworth. Just kind of teleported there, but that's fine. Oh! Fight started. Okay. I should have known. A ring or two. That was weird. Don't get fancy. Yeah, that was my fault. How many hits do you take? Eh. Mm-hmm. Okay, now I can resume talking to you all. Where are you going, though? No, you're just gonna walk past them? Don't mind me, you're not being followed. It's normal. Aha! Tell you what. Aha, I see. Okay. What's your problem? Do they all have new dialogue? They all have new dialogue. Oh my gosh. I'm not gonna read all of them. That'll be another 30 minutes.
You little...
I should probably play them fighting herds. I own it, I'm pretty sure. I think I got it from like a Humble bundle at some point.
Mamma mia. Let's go!
Oh hey! It's Bart Xenogear! I am not familiar enough with Xenogears to know who that is. Tiara? Yeah. Sonic with a hat? Haha, Mega Boy. Really familiar vibes, seeing all these characters lined up like this. Some things never change.
What a big lake!
Only wishing Jamie Bailey had put dialogue possibilities into Time Attacked. Dude. Oh hey, Agent Stone. Mm-hmm. And I'm finally at the end. Hey. So surely one of the playable characters has just the default dance, right? Inside jokes that I don't get is half the fun, honestly. So
Luigi and the Dead at 3.5.
all right, it says S8E there, doesn't it? One of the cooler Sage logos in a fan game at this event, gotta say.
Hey! Oh no!
Let me see what all the playable characters are. I think I tried extras before. Was there anything in there? No, there wasn't anything. Yeah, VSync is enabled. Yep, that's just how it be, I guess. No save mode. Wait a minute, it said I unlocked Luigi and then I unlocked Amy Rose. I feel scammed. Oh, that's nice. Oh, it's on the question mark? Aha! Ah! Wrong button. What am I doing? That's the wrong button. Oh, tutorial is... Okay, that's what I thought. With great apologies, I had to remind myself which one was on them. I want a tutorial. What does the tutorial in this look like? Because I saw, you know, the big text. Did I do the tutorial for Cass? I don't remember. It doesn't exist. Okay. Yeah. That's fair. I should have probably refreshed myself on everything Autumn can do. Because that was like 2 hours ago. Or like an hour and a half. I don't know. Whenever it was that OBS last crashed. Plus the very short indie game between then. Oh, well, there you go. So she has the flutter jump with like Cass does. She has like a slam. Right, and the hover. And the peel out. I do want to...
After the events of Cory 3.
I want to check out also like Luigi. Okay. So it's not really like the flutter jump. It's like a better double jump. Right. Okay. That is pretty cool. Like, that lasts a long time, too. Okay. So that's just the universal one-up voice clip. Thought maybe that was unique to Cass. And I shouldn't, like, play too much of this, because if I'm gonna check out Luigi, I'm gonna also be playing a lot of this level. Probably. Even though I know it said there was a stage select. That doesn't, like, just last... Okay, no, it doesn't. I was wondering if, like, I canceled out of it before and it just lasts forever. Alright, no, let the super peel out, right? Thought that was a spring. Nice. Also, sidebar, leave it to Joel to have an emote for every occasion. That's the wrong one. This is the wrong one. Okay, I think this is the end of the level, right? Yes. Let's back out. Question. What do you like? Whoops, wrong button. No. Okay, flutter jump, got it. Side hop, wall kick. This is a Luigi. Can I... No? No backflip, come on. And no long jump either. Shaking my head. I'm kidding. You can long jump? Can you? Am I missing a button? I see that. Is that from something? That kind of, like, drop dash kind of thing? Can hold X. Oh, I'm on a controller. I think I did something there. No? Down and jump. Well, down is just gets him to roll, like... Well, there's that. I don't know how I did that. I'll just chalk it up to controller weirdness. And normally I'm a stickler for controller stuff, but I'll let it slide. Because there are fan games, indie games and such at Sage this year that don't even have controller support. So the fact that you're making an effort is better than most. Well, okay, that's a stretch, but it's better than some. I played a Bubble game earlier that had like really weird analog controller stuff. For some reason it was reading the up and down on my analog stick as backwards. Here, let's see if I can... No, because I have it set to controller only mode. Apparently not. What is even the jump button in this context? That's that. Right? Okay, there we go. That's... So now let's find, like, a flat piece of ground. Okay, yeah, there we go. Yeah, it's just weird on the controller. That's a good animation, too. Okay, so let's try... Sorry, buddy. Uh-huh. Go to my completed file. Okay. Aha! Oh, hey, and it gives me the tutorial that I skipped. So he's got a homing attack. Yep. Chaos Spear. Chaos Slider? So that's like a kind of a roll, I guess, sort of thing. Preform it. What if we went to... Yeah, I didn't even notice the meter before. Okay. Seems like it fills up pretty fast, too. The meter, I mean. Damn it. Wow, you can't swear. Okay, so you can, like, use it to go straight up. That's cool. Heh. Whoops. Kind of like Pikachu's air dash in Smash Bros.
My power.
Chaos Blast!
I like that you have to put, like, roofs on everything. So that, like, all the mobility doesn't, like, break the game. Now, hang on. I got him with an orange. Yeah. Whoops, I didn't want that. Okay, so you don't let me actually attack him there. Fair enough. Okay, well, I could probably just play through the entire demo of Shadows again, but... Let's try out Amy. And then get out of here. As funny as it is... Well, I suppose I could try everyone else, too. And say, as funny as it is, like, I do actually play Fortnite, and I'm missing my dailies right now. Okay, double jump. But she has a hammer bounce. Like father, like daughter? What does that mean? So she plays kind of like Sonic Advance, but not entirely. Oh, cute run animation. Okay, I kind of like that. That's good. I like the sound too. Like... Oh, I can talk to you. Like... Mama Miba, I'm Top Chef. Trying to remember how you do her big jump in Sonic Advance. Because I already completely blanked on what the tutorial told me. I went like full streamer brain mode. Nope, don't want to do that. Alright, let's try everyone else. Okay, well, I knew it was something with holding up. And I was trying to hold up while jumping. Yeah, so he's most like Boost Sonic. Oh, I know that's Sprite. That's when I did Modern Sonic's implementation into Sonic Worlds, I think. For a time, we used this sprite. Let's try Fuchsia 2, shall we?
Speed break!
Could use a little more airspeed, not gonna lie. Like when you do a jump boost, it should feel powerful. In my opinion. Yeah, this is going backwards. Ooh, not directional. Okay. Oh, well, jumps too. Okay. I probably read that and just forgot. Whoops. There it is! This is a good bit. Okay, we'll get out of here. Suppose we'll try Radford. Oh right, he just plays like Sonic, doesn't he? So I'm actually gonna skip him. Because he's just normal. And Tails is kind of normal. In fact, I probably don't even need to go into a level for Tails. Ooh, that's cool, though.
Speed break!
Yeah, I just read this. Okay. I mean, I think I just saw everything. I probably don't need to... Did I download Key Hunters this year? Whoops. I should have downloaded Key Hunters. I don't think I've ever played that. I might have downloaded it once, like maybe last year. I just never got around to it. He's the weird one. Which is why I'm skipping past his tutorial so I don't read anything. Special on the ground to call Glaceon. Special while gliding causes him to do an icicle crash. Okay. And then, presumably because I finished the game, I can press the switch button. Oh right, yeah, no, I should. I should actually, like, enter a level for him. Good call, Blob. Okay. Does he still have the icicle thing? Oh, I guess not. Oh wait, no, that's during gliding. What am I doing?
Hey!
Okay. Oh, it's like a little uppercut. What does he say? Aha. I had a feeling it was probably something like that.
Take this!
Woo! Check me out. Pro gamer tech.
This door won't open without finding a switch.
Oh, you can't do the trick. Where you glide into a monitor and you get massive air.
Hey!
Huh? Oh, I need the switch, I guess? Ah, yes. The switch.
What? A ghost!
Aren't we friends with the ghost hunts? Then he left over a day in Mario Kart or something?
Yeah!
Then why are you afraid of ghosts?
I see your Sonic level maker tiles. I figured that's what these bricks were from, but the palm trees are like unmistakable.
I think we're lost.
What to do? What to do?
Oh well, let's just follow him, I guess.
Zoom. Ooh, turtle. Shade back there in the background. Those Demetrodons, or whatever those badniks are, with the buzzsaws on their back, makes me afraid to touch them. Like, the spikes are... or like the buzzsaw, the saw blade, I suppose, is like spikes. scary. Up, right, down, left. Choo, choo, choo. Up, right, huh? Up. Right. Down. Down. Left. Got it. Mission understood. A mural.
Oh no!
Heh. Kinda into this remix.
Hey, if you call and call me at the same time, I can give you a better upward speed.
What do you have to say to me? Honey, I get it.
Hey, so, I can't break that down. Toree Saturn it by singing tempo? What? No, I mean, you can use the Blowout song as an attack, right? Oh, okay.
It's weird that her music can't break the pots, though. Knuckles experience. I also need to call it soon because, oh my gosh, with OBS crashing twice, this is going to be a nightmare on my end to stitch together. Like, the technical part is easy, but it's going to take, like, forever to render.
This way!
I recognize these temple graphics. They're old. Like, these got made back when I was still making Sonic fan games.
Oh no!
Ooh, look at that running animation. Wait, hang on.
Oh no!
Yeah, I should have known. Face the right direction, sir. Okay, so... Playing real sloppy lately. Okay. Can I skip or... Just want to get back to the menu. Or is this still like a unique part? I feel like this still might be a unique level. Not unique anymore. Okay. So just a different transition for Dankles. Really nice looking level though. Okay. Who is left? Oh, I should check and see if there's more Dankles levels. So by the time I run to the end of this level... Dankles. I think that was the only two. Yep. Ooh, careful. Okay, so we've... You. Right, Claire has like the Volt Tackle and... Okay, that's like the Mighty Slam. Me who like barely read that and is just pushing buttons. There we go, that's what I was looking for. I've said it like periodically throughout this, but like these sprites are pretty good. That's okay, there we go. Already tried Autumn. You're just Mania Sonic.
Blast away!
With voice clips.
Ready, go!
It really just leaves you. Alright, you're the one with like the wisp powers. Suppose I should like actually read these again. First cube and laser. And I think I could probably figure it out for myself. Right, whoop, nope. The window just keeps going up and up and up and up. Okay, so there are wisps in the levels. Let's try Toys R Us 2. Right. Okay, I see. Clever. Oh, and I can just release it. Okay. Man, some of these characters are like practically their own game levels of complex. Definitely going to be the kind of thing where like multiple playthroughs are mandatory. Like more than you'd expect, even. Because this is like a lot different than if, say, you just had Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles, right? Okay. Oh, no light source for that?
I feel some strange energy.
Yeah, I'm playing real sloppy. Where's a laser was? Well, I'm not doing a whatever that was. I think Lucky might have been it. Right? Because this is just GPS. Right. Man, cool game. But I think I'm gonna wrap it up. I think I've been streaming going on 6 hours now. Which is a long stream for me. I try not to stream that long. Even though it's been happening more than you'd expect. The game is definitely on my radar now. I'm looking forward to the full release. If and when that ever comes, because I know how it can be, and I know the wording used in that demo. I have plenty of projects I've never finished because of, you know, life gets in the way or whatever. And I'm sure you're trying not to let that happen, so... But yeah, cool game. Thanks for everyone for coming out. Like, I'll be like, to be totally transparent here, I know, like, after a certain point, it's like almost sunk cost fallacy. Sonic the Faded Hour, my fan game that I worked on for so long, worked on that game for 10 years. And it probably either would have kept going, I'd still be working on it to this day, or it would have come out. But I gave myself an ultimatum and I said, if it hits 10 years and it's not out yet, I'm giving up. Because I feel like once you hit the 10-year mark, that's kind of like do or die. A lot of fan games come out before the 10-year mark, so I'm not like trying to bum anyone out or like be dark or anything like that. I'm just rambling, basically. Like I was saying before, I was kind of worried that like nobody was going to come out to this stream because Wayne Radio TV is doing a big like marathon stream right now. Or he was, I don't know if he still is. Where he was playing like all the Sonic Adventures, a bunch of other Sonic games. Like a big September subathon, basically. I figured nobody would come out to my crummy little stream and actually maintained a pretty decent viewership through all of this. Better viewership than usual, to be perfectly honest. But it was good. I'll probably do a third Sage stream eventually. I was going to say soon, but it's been a week since my last one. Trying to squeeze in streams during September for the all-important Subtember. But I don't know. We'll get there when we get there, right? I appreciate everyone for coming out. It was good. I need to stream more, basically. But I'm going to call it a night. I'm going to go do my Fortnite dailies and whatever else. And either you can get on with your day if you live overseas, or you can move on to bed. Again, good night, and thank you all.
And now, folks, it's time to say goodnight. We sincerely appreciate your patronage and hope we've succeeded in bringing you an enjoyable evening of entertainment. Please drive home carefully and come back again soon. Good night.